Said in prayer.
Let us pray. O God, our help in ages past, keep our lawmakers under the canopy of your care. We do not ask you to separate them from life's stresses, strains, and setbacks, but to shelter them by your grace in sunshine and shadows. Accompany them in their coming in, their going out, and their daily work. Make them instruments to advance your kingdom. May no weapon formed against them prosper. Lord, encompass them with the everlasting arms of your love, grace, and mercy. And Lord, we praise you for this season of peace and goodwill to humanity. We pray in the name of the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, leadership time reserved, morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the en bloc nomination provided for under the provision of S. Res. 532.
President.
The great senior senator from Iowa, my good friend, is recognized.
I come to the Senate floor to give an update on one of my oversight projects. This is about the office, an office within the Department of Health and Human Services that many people may not know much about. It's called the Office of National Security, or in Washington speak, ONS for short. This office informs HHS leadership about the threat landscape and also manages intelligence and counterintelligence. In addition, ONS also aims to protect HHS from disclosure of confidential information and other efforts that undermine U.S.-led research. I have done oversight of ONS since my chairmanship on the Finance Committee during the 116th Congress, and during the COVID pandemic, I successfully fought to ensure that ONS had a seat at the table with the intelligence community so it could lend its expertise however it was needed. To fulfill its duties to the taxpayers, ONS needs to collaborate closely with national security partners, and the U.S. needs to be ready to fight health threats head-on, especially that includes domestic and foreign threats. And that threat landscape isn't going to go away anytime soon, and it certainly isn't getting any better as pathogens evolve, which means the right hand of government must talk with the left hand of government. So, as part of my continuing oversight On December 3 of this year, I wrote to HH Secretary Kennedy and Director of National Intelligence Gabbard. I asked Secretary Kennedy and DNS Director Gabbard for updates on their level of coordination. And I asked them about their efforts to ensure that ONS is engaged with the broader intelligence community to ensure robust information sharing. In the new year, I look forward to their responses to my investigation. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Republican leader,
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, as we wrap up, or about to wrap up, I should say, our legislative work for 2025, I would say it's been quite a busy year here in the United States Senate. The longest session period in 15 years to kick off the year, and historic number of votes, the most literally in half a century. In fact, Mr. President, if you can see on this chart, the number of votes, you go back, the first date on there is 1989. Obviously, this is pretty small, difficult to see, perhaps, unless you're standing right over it. But if you look at the red line here, that's this year. So 653 votes cast so far this year, which dwarfs any year going back to 1989, which is what we had data going back to. We have since researched farther back. Turns out there was one year, 1976. We went back 8 decades. There was one year in 1976 where the Senate cast more votes than we did this year. But if you go back to 1989, the closest one is right here in 1995, which for those of us who were actually following it back then, that was the Contract with America year, and so that was a record number of votes cast in both, I think, the House and the Senate. But we have eclipsed that. There were 613 votes cast in 1995. This year in the United States Senate, we have already cast 653, and we are not quite done yet. So historic, just in terms of the number of votes cast, the number of hours in session, and the number of days in session. Also historic just in terms of the amount of time that we've been around here, Mr. President. So we put in a lot of time here this year. Now, I have always said that you can't equate volume of activity or busyness with productivity. I think you have to, those are sometimes separate metrics. But I would argue, Mr. President, that what really matters here is not the number of votes or the number of hours that we've worked. It is what we accomplished with those hours. And this has been an incredibly productive Senate, and I'm proud to say that we've accomplished a lot this year in the United States Senate. Our flagship bill, I should say, for the year, of course, was the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, and the largest part of that was, in fact, the tax cuts that were enacted that are going to benefit American families, Mr. President. Back in 2017, the Republicans delivered substantial tax relief for hardworking Americans. But that tax relief was scheduled to expire at the end of this month. And so one of our main priorities for this year was extending that tax relief. And extend it we did. But we didn't just extend it, we made it permanent. And we added to it additional tax relief on top. So now hardworking Americans can enjoy permanently lower rates, plus an increased standard deduction, a further increase in the child tax credit, a new bonus deduction for seniors, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and Mr. President, that list goes on and on. In addition to the new and permanent tax relief for individuals and families, we also made important tax relief for businesses of all sizes to help our growth and expand jobs and opportunities for American workers. So I would just say, again, Mr. President, if you look at that map, this measures, and again, it's too far away for people to see, but the color coding represents the amount of tax relief that people in these individual states or even within a state will receive based upon the filings and what we expect they'll be filing for next year. But if you can see at the top of that, the U.S. average is $3,752 in savings as a result of what we did to prevent what would have been the largest tax increase in American history. And so American families this next year, American businesses, are going to have more money in their pockets as a result of what we did. Had we not taken those actions, the average family across this country would have seen a $3,752 increase in their taxes. And so that's sort of representative of the chart across the country, and the darker ones means you're probably getting more tax relief relative to the lighter colors, but nevertheless, everyone in this country who files a tax return is going to see a much lower tax bill, tax liability this next year as a result of what we did. So that's a lot right there, Mr. President, in and of itself. But the one big beautiful bill didn't end with the working families tax cuts. We also invested in a more secure border and safer streets. We made a historic investment in our national security. And we repealed the Democrats' natural gas tax and took steps to unleash American energy production to ensure that Americans have stable, plentiful, and affordable supply of energy. We took measures to modernize the farm safety net, something very important in my state of South Dakota, to address housing costs, to repair and upgrade our air traffic control system. Now, Mr. President, I could keep going. The working families tax cuts and the rest of the one big beautiful bill accomplished a lot for hardworking Americans. But that's not all that we've done in the Senate this year. The American people elected President Trump last November. And one of our priorities this year has been ensuring that the President has his team in place so that he can do the job the American people elected him to do. And I'm proud to report that by the end of this week, we will have confirmed 417 nominees, far more than were confirmed by this point in either President Trump's first term or in President Biden's term. And it's even more remarkable, Mr. President, again, you can see this in real form here. This was President Trump's first term in office. At the end of his first year, which would be end of 2017, there were 323 of his nominees that had been confirmed. Under President Biden, at the end of the first year, 2021, there were 365 of his nominees who had been confirmed by the United States Senate. And as of today, that number here in 2025, in President Trump's second term, will be 417 nominees. And that is important, Mr. President, because every president needs to have his team in place to do the job that the American people elected him to do. So as we think about, and we look at, discussed on the floor yesterday, you look at the President's first term, what makes this even more remarkable is the fact that there was a historic level of obstruction by the Democrats to getting the President's nominees in place. I'm talking about something unlike anything we've ever seen in American history for any president of any political party. And if you look at his first term, Mr. President, President Trump remains the only president on record not to have had a single civilian nomination confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. The only president on record. Democrats have dragged out the process on almost every single one of the president's nominations. Not out of principle, but out of petty partisanship. Any president going back in history, Mr. President, when they get elected, get a mandate from the American people, generally both political parties, and I've been here through multiple administrations, both Republican and Democrat, and I've been here in multiple Congresses and Senates, both Republican and Democrat. And in every case, a lot of, particularly when you get past the cabinet, which we all take very seriously, obviously, and there is a process in place, and some of the changes that we made to expedite nominations didn't affect cabinet-level nominees. But when you get to the sub-cabinet level, in many cases, particularly non-controversial nominees have been approved by unanimous consent or voice vote. It is a way of recognizing that a president needs to get his team in place in order to accomplish the work and the agenda that the American people elected, in this case, President Trump to do. And so what happened this year was historic and unprecedented, because most of those lower-level cabinet nominees are done by unanimous consent. That's just been the practice, that has been the precedent, that has been the tradition, that has been the history of the United States Senate. And for President Trump, the first president in American history. But as I said, Mr. President, we as Republicans haven't let that stop us. And so when we close out this year with a total of 417 nominees, we will have the backlog of nominees essentially cleared. Mr. President, considering nominations is one responsibility of the government. Funding the government, together with the House of Representatives, is another. And one thing that I was determined on when I became leader was to make sure that the Senate went about considering the yearly appropriations bills through regular order, a process that gives senators from both parties the greatest chance to make their voices and the voices of their constituents, I might add, heard. And we've done a lot to return the Senate to regular order process this year. Appropriations work was unnecessarily delayed by Democrats' decision to shut down the government for 6 weeks. But despite that, we've had multiple individual appropriations bills signed into law, and the Senate is well on its way to passing 5 additional bills. Now, Mr. President, there's a lot more I could talk about when it comes to Senate accomplishments in 2025. We've taken action to repeal a number of burdensome rules and regulations, including the Biden electric vehicle mandate, appliance rules that would have driven up prices for hardworking Americans and businesses, and energy mandates that would have driven up energy prices for American families. We passed the HALT Fentanyl Act to permanently schedule fentanyl analogs as the most deadly type of drugs. We passed the Lake and Riley Act to keep criminal illegal aliens off of our streets. We passed the Genius Act, a landmark bill to create the first U.S. federal framework for stablecoins and ensure U.S. leadership in financial innovation. We passed the Take It Down Act to combat non-consensual, explicit images being shared online. And Mr. President, so much more that I could talk about. And we even tried to do things that ultimately were blocked by Democrats, like legislation that would prevent biological males from hijacking opportunities for women and girls in sports. I guess my point, Mr. President, has been a long and a challenging year here in the United States Senate. And I thank all of my colleagues, both Republican and Democrat, and all the staffs, including the folks here on the floor, who put in long days and long hours in this last year. And I think, Mr. President, as I said, there is a lot to show for it. In fact, if I put up this last chart, you'll have a hard time. Nobody's going to be able to read this for sure, but I do this only simply to illustrate. This is the list of things that we have accomplished in this last year. And it runs the gamut from all the things, some of which I just mentioned, a lot of which I didn't mention, that were included in the working families tax cuts, the one big beautiful bill that passed last summer, but then so many other things on this list that were accomplished as a result of the good work that we have done on behalf of the American people here in this last year. So, Mr. President, it is, I think, an example of what we all came here to do. And thanks to our work this year, Americans are going to be looking at 1, safer streets, 2, more money in their pockets, and 3, new opportunities to get ahead, and new opportunities on the way for American people and American families. And so, Mr. President, we're going to keep advancing those priorities here in the United States Senate in 2026 and build on the record of accomplishment and the successes that we have had here in 2025. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader,
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Mr. President, last night, Donald Trump gave a speech about how supposedly great his first year has been. So, of course, his speech was short, because there's really not much to say about how great Trump has been. For 18 months, for 18 minutes, the president last night tried to convince Americans the sky is green, that trees can walk. He yelled at the camera and said that things are somehow going great, even though costs are up. He said he's doing a great job in office, all of which is obviously false, and the American people didn't buy it. It was clear watching the speech that the president didn't want to be there. The only thing Americans saw last night was a very rich president trapped in a bubble, forced by his advisors to give a speech he didn't want to give. It's like your cousin who can't sit still for a Christmas photo. Only this is the President of the United States. Our country is in a lot of trouble right now, but instead of giving Americans a plan on how we'll lower their costs, Donald Trump played the blame game. That's so typical of him. Instead of solving a problem, which is what a good president is supposed to do, he just points the fingers at other people. And that doesn't do a bit of good to get the American people back on the right track. It's never a good sign when the president begins a speech by saying, "I inherited a mess," because that's just another way of telling people, I don't want to be responsible for any of this. Again, President Trump's speech showed he lives in a bubble, a billionaire bubble, completely disconnected from reality that everyday Americans are seeing and feeling. People are feeling squeezed harder and harder every day, and Donald Trump last night, took a victory lap. Now let's talk about one of the most important issues for Americans when it comes to cost, health care. Last night, Donald Trump offered exactly 0 solutions for how we're going to lower Americans' health care premiums. He kept blaming Democrats. He kept saying the health care crisis is not his fault. But here are the facts. Immutable facts, Donald Trump. No amount of finger-pointing, lying, hyping it up, patting yourself on the back is going to undo the fact that the American people are going to pay a lot more for health care come January 1st. Because on January 1st, the ACA enhanced premium tax credits are going to expire because Donald Trump chose to let them die. Even our Republican colleagues have told us time and time again, if Trump would do something here and support an extension of the tax credits, as we Democrats are fighting for, then maybe they'd be able to do something, but he doesn't. And now, tens of millions are going to see their insurance premiums double on average. 4 million people will lose insurance because Donald Trump let it happen. And he's there sitting in front of the TV camera, patting himself on the back. Unbelievable. Millions more with private insurance will see their premiums go up because Donald Trump let it happen. Emergency rooms are going to be even more overrun. People are going to be kicked out of nursing homes. Rural hospitals will close. And there's Donald Trump congratulating himself on how great he is. And look, because of Republican total inaction on health care, huge damage has already been done. And nothing we do after January 1st can undo so much of that damage. As I've said before, the toothpaste is out of the tube. However you want to say it, the point is this. Because of Republicans, it is now impossible, sadly, to prevent people from having to pay hundreds, if not thousands, more on their premiums next year. It's going to start January 1st. Even if we can figure out a way to stop the bleeding next year, that's a very big if. Republicans are still in shambles and have no plan themselves. For too many people, it's going to be too late because Republicans chose to let these ACA tax credits expire. They had an easy opportunity to join us in our 3-year clean extension of the ACA credits, and they refused. Well, Americans heard none of what they wanted to hear last night during Trump's speech. Nothing about how he'll lower premiums, nothing about how he'll lower their costs of living, nothing about how Republicans could have fixed this crisis but didn't. Donald Trump kept playing the blame game. And many a president has tried to do that, all with disastrous results. People want solutions. Donald Trump gave them none. Democrats, meanwhile, are not going to stop fighting to lower people's premiums, and we're not going to stop fighting to lower costs across the board and help Americans pay for the things they need. To avoid those moments on Friday night when families sit around the kitchen table and say, how the hell am I going to pay this bill? I don't have the money for it, and I need what the bill has asked me to pay for. Look, we Democrats will not stop fighting to lower costs and help Americans pay for the things they need. These will be our watchwords in 2026, lower costs and lower health care costs in particular. And that issue ain't going away, Republicans. We're going to keep on it and on it and on it until maybe you join us to really solve the problem. Republicans, health care is not going away. People need help to afford premiums, and Democrats are going to keep fighting and pushing this issue for all of 2026 and beyond. On the CR, Democrats want to get our work done to finish the bipartisan appropriations process. Our goal is a bipartisan bill that funds the government through fiscal year 2026. Republicans worked for over a month and just yesterday gave Democrats a list of their cleared amendments, one of which has no text. While I don't expect we will need quite as long as Republicans took, it'll still take some time for us to work through our amendments so that we can finish the minibus in January. Democrats are working in good faith to finish the process. As we said, our goal is a bipartisan bill that funds the government through 2026, and we're working in good faith to finish this process. It's not easy. Obstacles always remain. No side is going to get everything they want, but a bipartisan agreement is the preferred outcome for the vast majority of senators, Democrat and Republican. Now, on the Senate Commerce Committee yesterday, and what Ted Cruz had to say. Well, yesterday, the Senate Commerce Committee heard testimony from FCC Chair Brendan Carr, the first time he's appeared publicly before the Senate after trying to bully ABC and Disney into pulling Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Remember back then that Carr said in a podcast, we could do this the easy way or the hard way, and he threatened ABC and Disney with investigations. What thuggery. He threatened to pull broadcast licenses. These are naked attempts at censorship in violation of the First Amendment's protection to free speech. The threatening and bullying of the media into simply being a mouthpiece for Donald Trump is one of the greatest threats our democracy faces. And Mr. Carr has been a willing and eager henchman to achieve that very dangerous goal. It was disturbing to hear Mr. Carr double down yesterday on his attempt to take Kimmel off the air. And it was troubling that too few Republicans were willing to stand up to him. But at least one Republican, the chair of the committee, the junior senator from Texas, Senator Cruz, spoke out against Mr. Carr's bully tactics. I don't agree very much with Senator Cruz on most everything he says, and I didn't agree with many of the things he said yesterday at the committee. But Cruz is absolutely correct that Mr. Carr's conduct is dangerous. On the issue of Mr. Carr and the censoring of the news media, Senator Cruz is right on the money. He's right when he said Mr. Carr's behavior is the kind of stuff you see in Goodfellas. And no government, no matter who's in charge, has the right to silence, intimidate, or censor protected free speech, no matter where it comes from. Mr. President, there are lots of dangers to our democracy under this Trump regime. It's becoming more and more like a regime. But one of the top is the intimidating of media, is the consolidation of media to only have a voice that protects Donald Trump and defends Donald Trump. That's what dictators do. That's what Orban has done in Hungary and Erdogan in Turkey, and dictators throughout history try to censor the media, consolidate the media so they are all under the thumb of the leader, of the dictator. This is a dramatic danger, a huge danger, one of the greatest dangers to our democracy. And Ted Cruz talked about that yesterday. Frankly, if Cruz can speak out against the FCC's obvious bullying tactics, so can other Republicans. Other Republicans should join him. Everyone should join him. What Mr. Carr is doing is a huge danger, and both Democrats and Republicans should unite to call this dangerous conduct out. Cruz's comments yesterday was the first step, and more on his side of the aisle in particular should join him. Now, there's also the issue of affordability, which Mr. Carr did not address. Yes, yesterday in committee, Republicans did not speak out on the issue that is in the very front of every Republican's mind. While the Republicans rubber-stamped Carr's destruction of free speech, too many of them did that, they didn't bother to question Carr about how families have to choose between internet and cell service for their kids and putting food on the table. The costs are going through the roof, led by the big media carriers like AT&T and Verizon. Senator Cantwell spoke out strongly on this issue. It's a cost issue. It's a cost of living issue. People hate paying a lot of bills that they don't have the money for, and one of them is their bill for the social media, for the internet. Democrats have a very simple message for Carr and the Trump administration. We need high-quality and low-cost wireless service, not the other way around. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today having just heard the minority leader talk about the President's address to the nation last night. I listened carefully to what the President had to say, and I thought he did an outstanding job explaining what a difference a year makes. Because what the President inherited and Republicans inherited when we took over after Joe Biden and the Democrats had been in charge, our country was weaker. Our country was poorer. Our country was less safe. What we've seen is a complete reversal over the last year, with a focus on significant changes at the border, where we now have a secure border. Most secure it's been in years and years and even decades. A huge difference on energy, where right now, going into the Christmas season, gasoline prices are at the lowest they've been in 5 years. Complete change in taxes, where the Democrats wanted to raise taxes on American families by $5 trillion. Instead, this year, as we go into next year, people are going to see a dramatic difference in lower taxes impacting how much money they have in their pockets. And a dramatic change in national security. We now have peace through strength, and we didn't have that over the last administration. And then on top of all these things, President Trump announced something called a warrior dividend. That's going to give $1,776 to each and every one of our brave men and women in uniform, and there are over 1 million of them right now, And what a gift and what a bonus to thank them for their service. Oh, yes, we are dramatically changing the direction of this country. We're getting America back on track. And, Mr. President, just this morning we got additional good news. It's the latest inflation report. The inflation has slowed in November to 2.7%, and that is lower than anything anyone expected. That's a reflection of the work that we're doing. Core inflation was the lowest since March of 2021. That's when Joe Biden and the Democrats came into office, and we faced 40-year high inflation. That's what the American people suffered through under 4 years of Biden and the Democrats. This is good news for consumers. It's good news for Main Street. It's good news for the country. The evidence is undeniable. Republicans are getting America back on track. Mr. President, this Christmas, families are really feeling the relief that comes from returning to common sense energy policies. You unleash American energy as we've done, taking the leash off that the Democrats had applied to American energy production. Get more energy production, prices go down. I remember when consumers were paying $5 a gallon for gasoline, even higher for diesel. Now in Wyoming, it's about less than $2.50 a gallon. I hear in Oklahoma from Senator Langford it's $1.99 a gallon. I will never forget the day that Joe Biden held his Environmental Protection Agency. He said, prioritize climate over energy that is affordable, available, and reliable. That era is over. By unleashing American energy that is now affordable, available, and reliable, Republicans are making America safer and more prosperous. Now, a vital piece of all of this energy dominance is America's clean coal. A few months ago, President Trump declared that American clean coal is essential for our nation's safety and prosperity, and he is right. As part of the Working Families Tax Cuts bill, Republicans in Congress lowered the royalty rate for coal production on federal lands. The old higher tax rates risk keeping coal in the ground. Lower rates mean higher production and lower energy costs. It's good certainly for my home state of Wyoming, and it's good for America. Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket. Our Powder River Basin coal produces nearly half of all the coal in America, and it is the cleanest burning coal in the world. More production means more affordable energy. More production means revenue for Wyoming schools as the taxes come in. More production means more certainty for decades into the future in terms of our energy security. More production means good-paying jobs. And Joe Biden tried to cripple the coal production in America. His administration imposed the punishing Buffalo Resource Management Plan on Wyoming and on parts of Montana, a plan to stop mining of American coal. Republicans used the Congressional Review Act to restore sanity to energy production. Now, Wyoming coal producers in the Powder River Basin can provide the coal needed to continue powering our nation. As a result, miners see a bright future again. Coal production is now up 6% since last year. Another critical piece of American energy superiority is nuclear energy. Last year, the Senate passed my bill to ban the import of Russian uranium. President Trump is also supporting uranium production and nuclear energy as part of his all-of-the-above energy strategy. Uranium production now in the United States is booming. My home state of Wyoming is the second largest producer of uranium in America. Our production has increased nearly 100% since last year. Because of Republican policies, production facilities that were once dormant are now ramping up. That's because they have certainty in terms of business. Nuclear energy fuels 20% of American electricity. We need it. More power from all energy sources are going to bring affordable electricity prices in the future. Mr. President, remember, Republicans also ended this electric vehicle mandate that the Democrats were trying to foist upon the American people. We got rid of that $7,500 government subsidies to buy electric vehicles. When California tried to control what cars we can drive, Republicans stepped in to stop them. Electric vehicles are vehicles Americans don't want, can't afford, aren't practical in my home state of Wyoming or yours of Montana. Look, we're not going to allow California to force feed us. They tried. Now Americans are back in the driver's seat. Republicans also removed Green New Deal regulations. We did it throughout the entire government, and taxpayers saved billions. Additionally, Republicans repealed the Biden-era tax on natural gas. That saves Americans money when they heat their homes. Republicans rolled back Biden-era regulations on home appliances. Now Americans have the freedom to purchase what they want, the appliances that work best for them and their families and their budgets. The contrast between Republicans and Democrats is dramatic, and we certainly heard it last night with the President's address. Senate Democrats have absolutely no plans or no desire to make energy more affordable. They don't. They want it more expensive, so we use less, and that helps their green climate initiatives. Democrats may talk about affordability, yet energy costs are the highest in their own home states. Think about it. And Senator Schumer, who was just on the floor of the Senate, his home state of New York, and he was addressing affordability, he wasn't talking about putting more money in people's pockets. Nope. His home state, electricity prices are up 34% over the last 6 years. New York's energy prices are 44% higher than the national average. In California, electricity prices are up 58% in 5 years. Democrats ought to take responsibility for the higher prices because it's their policies that caused them. Affordable, reliable American energy is a necessity. It's not a luxury. It's good for our workers, it's good for our economy, and it's good for our safety and our national security. America is an energy superpower. Under Republicans, we are finally beginning to act like it again. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, earlier this year, the Trump administration began a calculated show of political theater and force designed to spread fear and terror in Chicago and surrounding Illinois communities. Masked federal agents pepper sprayed, punched, body slammed, and even shot individuals, including U.S. citizens, during violent immigration enforcement actions. Virtually all of what I've just said was captured on video. They deployed tear gas canisters against clergy, broke into apartments, zip-tied children. When they were required by the federal courts to disclose how many people had been detained, they came up with 600 names. 16 of the 600 had any criminal record whatsoever. 16 out of 600. President Trump has not gone after the worst of the worst as he promised. Instead, he's brought some of the worst, most unprofessional, and most poorly trained federal law enforcement officers and agents into our city. Because of his so-called Operation Midway Blitz, children are afraid to go to school. Businesses are closing, and families are being torn apart. Yet the Trump administration shows no regret. They're reveling in the fear and chaos they are creating. Look at the Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino. On Tuesday, he returned to Chicago after leaving last month, bringing his campaign of fear to North Carolina and New Orleans. As soon as he arrived back in Chicago, Mr. Bovino went to the picket line of Local 705 of the Teamsters at Mauser Packaging Solutions. These workers are on strike for better benefits, safer working conditions, and measures to prevent ICE from entering their workplace without a federal judicial warrant. Bovino brought federal agents to this picket line to intimidate and interrogate these workers. He laughed in their faces as they demanded better working conditions. In court testimony, Mr. Bovino has praised federal agents' use of excessive force as exemplary, even after multiple U.S. citizens were hospitalized following their encounters with his federal agents. When addressing federal agents prior to a confrontation with peaceful protesters, Mr. Bovino stated, and I quote, If someone strays into a pepper ball, then that's on them. Bavino has tear-gassed peaceful crowds, encouraged his agents to fire pepper balls at protesters, and threatened to go, quote, even harder on the streets when federal judges dare to order him to follow the law. But Mr. Bavino is not alone in his cruelty. Many Trump administration officials have been posting and gloating about their clear violations of constitutional rights. While President Trump has given them carte blanche to violate the law, there is a reality ahead. One day, President Trump will not be in the White House. When he goes, those who ordered these lawful activities finally may be held accountable and prosecuted. Section 242 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code makes it a crime for a federal law enforcement official acting under color of law to violate the constitutional rights of any person. I have no expectation that President Trump's Justice Department will investigate these violations currently taking place in Chicago. But the statute of limitations for these provisions is 5 years. The next administration will be well within its rights to hold accountable anyone who violated an individual's constitutional rights or directed others to do so during this Trump administration. While the Supreme Court's outrageous decision in Trump versus the United States may have personally immunized President Trump from prosecution, it provided no such protection for these agents. The Trump administration officials responsible for the use of excessive force or unlawful detention may face criminal consequences for their role in Midway Blitz. That is why today my colleague Senator Duckworth and I have submitted a criminal referral to the Justice Department regarding the unlawful actions of senior Trump administration officials and federal immigration agents in Operation Midway Blitz. To take one example, a Border Patrol agent shot a Chicago woman multiple times. Body camera video reportedly shows the agent threatening the woman, saying, do something, and then I'll delete the next term he used, prior to shooting her. Afterwards, the agent bragged in text messages to other agents about shooting the woman, writing, quote, 5 shots, 7 holes. As ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I've directed my staff to continue gathering evidence of potential violations of Section 242, and we will provide this evidence to the Justice Department in due course. In addition, Illinois elected officials are hard at work documenting crimes committed by these federal agents. The mayor of Evanston has opened an investigation after federal agents pinned down a man and struck him in the head. The village of Broadview is conducting criminal investigations related to ICE's use of tear gas and rubber bullets against first responders and peaceful protesters. Tomorrow, the Illinois Accountability Commission will hold its first public hearing, which will examine the widespread use of chemical agents during Midway Blitz. There will come a time when the people responsible for these assaults, tear gassing, and unjust detention during this lawful immigration action will face real accountability. These officials swore an oath when they began their service to preserve and protect the Constitution. But in their role as federal law enforcement officials, there is ample evidence they violated the very rights they promised to defend. Today, I'm putting those participating in Operation Midway Blitz on notice. You can continue to terrorize people. You can ignore the rulings of our courts, our laws, and our Constitution. You can hide behind your masks. You can ignore due process requirements of the Constitution. The day will come when justice will be served. The day will come when you will be held accountable. The day will come when this pitiful display of meanness and intolerance will become one of the saddest chapters of our nation's history, and you will be held accountable. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator of Iowa.
Mr. President, this past weekend marked the 389th birthday of the National Guard. The Guard was on the front lines in our fight for freedom even before the birth of our nation and played a critical role in securing our independence. Today, the men and women who put on the uniform continue to live out that legacy by serving our communities, responding to disasters and emergencies, and protecting our nation's defense in overseas combat, security, and reconstruction missions. The members of the National Guard are hardworking folks who live and work in our communities and made a commitment to our country to be ready whenever and wherever duty calls. As a proud veteran of the Iowa Army National Guard, I raised my right hand and also took the oath to serve. And that service was shaped by the folks in uniform who were standing shoulder to shoulder with me. From those who served alongside me to those who came before me and after me, we all promised to be always there, always ready. But instead of celebrating that legacy last Saturday, our nation was rocked with the news that we had lost some of our own. And nowhere felt this tragic loss more than Iowa, as we learned 2 brave Iowa National Guardsmen gave their lives in service to our country. While supporting counterterrorism operations in Syria, Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar and Sergeant William Nathan Howard, members of the 2nd Brigade Combat Team, 34th Infantry Division, came under fire and were killed by a lone ISIS gunman near Palmyra. This senseless attack also took the life of a U.S. civilian interpreter, Ayed Sakkad, and wounded 3 more members of the Iowa National Guard. 2 of the injured service members were evacuated for surgery. They were taken from Syria to Jordan, and from Jordan on to Germany. And in keeping with always there, always ready, it was actually an Iowa unit, the 185th Air Wing, the 185th Medical Group, that evacuated our Iowa Army National Guardsmen from Jordan to Germany. They surrounded the wounded and reassured them that they were all from Iowa, and they were there to care for their Iowa brothers. But our Iowa National Guard family is hurting as we mourn the loss of 2 of our own and pray for the continued recovery of our wounded. My heart goes out to their families, their loved ones, and of course, the folks they served with. This loss is immeasurable. So please join me in honoring the lives of these heroes today. Friends describe 25-year-old Edgar Brian Torres Tovar from Des Moines as selfless, goofy, and kind-hearted. An amazing soldier and an even better friend. He was the first in his family to serve in the military. He joined the Iowa Army National Guard before his high school graduation ceremony in 2019, which speaks to his character in wanting to serve at such a young age. Sergeant Torres Tovar, your service and sacrifice will never be forgotten. My heart breaks for your friends, your family, and your community. And as I was able to speak with his family yesterday, They were torn apart and still in shock at the loss of their son. I was able to hug his mother and hold her hands and express my sorrow that she would not see her son again. 29-year-old Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard, known as Nate, from Marshalltown, Iowa, was a loving husband and described as an amazing man of faith. He joined the Iowa National Guard soon after graduating from Marshalltown High School and has been enlisted ever since. His stepfather, Jeffrey Bunn, who serves as the Meskwaki Nation Police Department chief, shared that Nate wanted to be a soldier from a very young boy all the way to his adulthood. To his family, especially his wife, Ariana, and their son, my prayers are with you. These men are two of our nation's finest, a true testament to the selfless bravery it takes to put on the uniform and keep our homeland safe from the threat of radical Islamic terror. They are also a reminder that our freedom is not free, and every American owes an enormous debt of gratitude to our service members who put their lives on the line. I know firsthand the sacrifice of men and women who put themselves in harm's way. In 2003, I had the privilege of leading 150 Iowa Army National Guardsmen as a company commander in Iraq and Kuwait in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Together, we drove supply convoys conducting transportation and security missions in a combat zone. My soldiers, those incredible men and women, were critical to the mission, and our shared trust and commitment to each other was a very special bond. To those who have served alongside Sergeants Torres, Tovar, and Howard, and to the 1,800 Iowans currently deployed through the Middle East, I feel your loss and your hurt. I have been in those boots. And rest assured, America has your back. When I heard the tragic news, I rushed to comfort the families and traveled to visit the wounded and escort the fallen back to our homeland. Sergeant Howard's brother, Staff Sergeant James Rolsgaard, who was serving in Kuwait at the time, also a National Guardsman, he and I accompanied the bodies to Dover Air Force Base. Before we left Germany, we had a moment alone with the other escorts in the hulk of that C-17, which ironically was piloted and flown by the West Virginia Air Guard. West Virginia having lost a soldier here locally only a few weeks ago. But in that C-17, Sergeant Rolsgaard knelt down beside his brother's transfer case draped in the flag, and he wept. We all feel that loss. I was able to accompany our fallen back to Dover Air Force Base. And there we were joined by our Iowa delegation and led by our commander-in-chief. And all together we comforted the families and we mourned together. Our governor, Kim Reynolds, has ordered all flags in Iowa to fly at half-staff out of respect and remembrance until the bodies of our Iowa National Guardsmen have returned home and are laid to rest. But that does not mark the end of their stories. We will continue to stand with their families and communities in mourning. We will make sure the world knows the legacy of Iowa's heroes and that every American life is precious. Sergeant Torres Tovar and Sergeant Howard, we remember you, we honor you, and we are proud of you. Your nation is indebted to you. The legacy of these heroes will never, ever be forgotten. Godspeed to our heroes, and God bless these great United States of America. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator, West Virginia.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, I don't come to you very often, but I come to you when I come with important stuff. You know, I'm not a politician. It's easy for you to see that. We have so much work that can be done and should be done all the time here. You know, I'm going to speak to you today about folks that we owe everything to. Not some, but everything to. You know, I said so many times as the governor of West Virginia, I said over and over and over that we owe every single thing to those who have served in our military, the active folks that are serving in our military. They have given us everything, everything. You know, in my little state of West Virginia, we're really proud because we step up. We step up in every way. I'm here today in a lot of ways for Sarah and Andy, too. Surely to God above, we have not forgotten Sarah and Andy. We just lost Sarah Beckstrom, a great National Guardsman. Absolutely, in the prime of her life, 20 years old, gunned down right on our streets here.
And Andy Wolf continues to fight for his life. And he's improving. He's done wonderful. Andy, in many ways, is our miracle. Our miracle for not only West Virginia, but our miracle for this nation in lots of ways. But I also come today on something that is enormously important. I come today with my bill for this nation, for the most prestigious honor, the most prestigious medal in our military, and that's the Medal of Honor. I want to talk to you about the namesake of this bill, Woody Williams. You know, Woody was a friend, a good friend. His name, Herschel Woody Williams. My bill is Senate Bill 858. It's going to be called the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act. And in a few minutes, I'll ask for unanimous consent to this. I'll ask that we'll quit playing these silly, silly, silly politics and step up to the plate and honor absolutely those that have given, in many instances, the ultimate sacrifice. So with all that being said, as I move forward here, I would say to you this. My bill is a testament that will go on the National Mall. It's fully funded. It's fully funded with private donations. We absolutely know that the recipients of the Medal of Honor, absolutely those folks, all the way back to the Civil War, those folks have been in every single conflict that this nation has been in. And it is so enormously important, it's off the chart. This monument in the National Mall will be in proximity to the other memorials and monuments that remember wars that these individuals fought and died in in an absolutely appropriate setting. This monument reflects the American people's collective appreciation for the Medal of Honor recipients' bravery and stands as a lasting tribute to their legacy. These individuals come from every corner of our nation, from Hawaii to Maine, from every state. We have at least one individual from every state that has gone beyond the call of duty. Mr. President, these people are like Army Sergeant Brian Bucher from Maine. These people are like Navy Ensign Charles Hammond from Maryland, Air Force Master Sergeant John Chapman from Massachusetts, Coast Guard Signalman First Class Douglas Munro from Washington State. Mr. President, we are honored to have these great recipients, many of them with us today. But I do know that two are really right here with us today. U.S. Major General Patrick Brady from South Dakota, who served in Vietnam and made several missions to evacuate wounded soldiers. He utilized 3 helicopters in a single day to evacuate 51 seriously injured men. It's unbelievable. It's totally unbelievable. The bravery, the sacrifice, unbelievable. We also have with us U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson from Washington State. And living up to California, made multiple trips to the enemy's kill zone to evacuate wounded soldiers and recover 4 fallen U.S. servicemen. I just don't know how in the world. You talk about this unbelievable bravery. You talk about their unbelievable sacrifice. They've given so much in every single way, and we should be so proud. Like I said a few minutes ago, we're asking to do something in the National Mall. It's been vetted in every single possible way. The House has passed it unanimously. We passed it out of committee unanimously. Honestly, what is wrong with us in America? What could possibly be wrong with us in America to not step up, and do something as small but as great as this for our greatest medal recipients, the Medal of Honor? Absolutely. I tell you this, I'm grateful to be joined in this effort by 12 senators that have co-sponsored, including 5 of my colleagues from the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. Again, I underline, this passed the House 414 to 0. It passed committee without objection. It is absolutely unbelievable that the National Medal of Honor Museum Foundation has been a great champion and partner on this bill. The National Congress of American Indians has also supported this effort, as it has 42 recipients that are Native Americans. Mr. President, and it is unthinkable for me. I'm new to the game. I've got white hair and done a lot of stuff. But Mr. President, absolutely, if we can't do this, we have a miserable approval rating as it is, 14%. I don't see how in the world it's 14%, to tell you the truth. But if we have 14% as our approval rating of what we do, we should be disgraced off the chart. But Mr. President, if we can't step up and support these heroes that have given the ultimate sacrifice beyond belief, these people that absolutely have a level of courage and bravery, have a level of service, have a level of sacrifice that is totally off the chart. Totally off the chart. Do we not realize that every single solitary thing we have, everything that we have today is due to folks like this? So, Mr. President, in every way, I hope and pray that we'll just stand up and say, absolutely, unanimously, we consent. As if in legislative session, not withholding, Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill 858 and the Senate proceed to immediately consideration. Further, that the Justice Substitute Amendment at this desk be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended to be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator of California.
Mr. President, as we know, the Commemorative Works Act restricts new museums and memorials from being built on the National Mall without an act of Congress. It's one of the ways Congress likes to try to maintain and be mindful of the evolution of the National Mall and the monuments and museums that meet our collective bipartisan standard for placement there. Since I first arrived in the Senate, I've been working across the aisle to support the building of 2 important museums on the National Mall. One being the Smithsonian National Museum of the American Latino, the other being the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum. Both of these efforts, longstanding, bipartisan. In fact, Senator Cruz and I, along with Senator Moreno and others, have a bipartisan bill that would adopt this necessary language for placement on the mall. Meanwhile, Senators Klobuchar and Lummis have a bipartisan bill to do the same for the Women's Museum. And so, let me be clear, I wholeheartedly agree that the sacrifices made by Medal of Honor recipients should have a place of recognition for all Americans to see in our nation's capital. And I also supported the senator from West Virginia's bill when it came before the Energy and Natural Resources Committee just yesterday morning. As ranking member of the Rules Committee, let me also offer to the senator from West Virginia and his constituents some good news. I'm happy to share that the committee is working as we speak to approve the installation of a statue in the Capitol for National Medal of Honor recipient Herschel Woody Williams, the individual whom the placement legislation is named after. But as I shared in committee yesterday morning, I also believe that the story of the American Latino and the fight for equality by American women should also be enshrined on the National Mall. So have an amendment that would add the text of those bills to Senate Measure 858 to also allow the Latino and women's museums to be built on the National Mall. Now, my colleague from West Virginia was very eloquent, very passionate, and I share his conviction. The effort to approve the placement language, the location language for the Latino Museum and the Women's Museum has been held up far too long. So I hope the senator from West Virginia will join me in trying to do away with the, what was that he said, the silly politics. Because when you look at the history of Latinos in America, it includes more than 60 Medal of Honor recipients, beginning with Phil Bazor and John Ortega for their service in the Civil War. Latino contributions, including paying the ultimate sacrifice, is nothing new. And it includes, by the way, David M. Gonzalez from my hometown of Pacoima for his bravery during World War II. The history of women in America includes the story of Dr. Mary Edwards Walter, a Medal of Honor recipient. All these stories deserve to be told in a location of prominence. So as I said yesterday morning, when the Energy and Natural Resources Committee marked up and approved Senate Bill 858, I made remarks at the time clearly announcing my intention to offer this amendment when the Medal of Honor bill would come up for consideration on the floor of the Senate. And so here I am. This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. So I would urge my colleagues to agree to include my amendment so that all three of these bills can finally move forward after years and years of hard work and bipartisan support. Thank you, Mr. President. The senator to modify his request so that my amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to, that the Justice Substitute Amendment as amended be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection to the modification?
Mr. President,
Senator West Virginia.
I'm reserving the right to object. My bill's gone through all the steps. Our great senator here is speaking. His bill has not gone through the steps, and it being held up is surely not my fault. And of everything in the world, it's not these great recipients' fault. I may have missed one person that could possibly be in our gallery, and that is Marine Corps Captain Raymond Murphy of Colorado. But I want to just tell you just this, sir. We've gone through every step the right way. We've gone through the hearings, the markups, the unanimous passage by the ENR committee. Therefore, I absolutely object in every single way. His bills have not gone through the committee. His bills have not had a hearing that has been passed out of committee. This is absolutely skipping the proper steps. I may be new, but we've done it right. And absolutely what we're doing is we're turning our back on the greatest of the greatest of the greatest. This is the very thing, the very, very thing I support. I support the museums that he speaks of. We all would. But absolutely, this act right here is the very root of what is wrong with us. For God's sakes of living, how do you absolutely look at those great people? How do you look at what they've given all of us and turn your back on them? I don't get it. I absolutely object.
Is there an objection to the original request?
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President.
Senator of California.
Want to set the record straight. The museum efforts that I talked about have gone through all the proper steps. There have been committee hearings. They have been approved by committee. They've been approved in prior Congresses separately by actually both chambers. So they're ready to move. I'm disappointed, but frankly not surprised that the amendment is not accepted. And so, therefore, I object and would look forward to working with my colleague from West Virginia and anybody else to advance all three of these proposals as expeditiously as possible.
The objection is heard.
I'm sorry?
Senator of West Virginia.
I'm not going to volley back and forth. Here's a rules committee. You know, not this Congress. Like I said before, I absolutely object.
Senator Delaware.
Mr. President, I rise to speak briefly in gratitude today. Yesterday, Dover Air Force Base once again had the honor of receiving the remains of 3 Americans who died in service to our nation. Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar of Des Moines and Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard of Marshallton, both Iowans, both serving in the Iowa National Guard, and Ayad Mansour Sakat, resident of Michigan, originally Iraqi, who served alongside American troops for 4 years during the war in Iraq and has become a naturalized American citizen. All 3 were killed in a tragic incident in Syria. All 3 served bravely, and all 3 were welcomed home with the dignity and respect that all who serve our nation and fall in service to our nation deserve. I appreciate the forbearance of my colleague from Virginia. I just wanted to briefly thank my colleagues from Iowa. I'm the senior senator from Delaware. For 15 years, I have invited home state senators to join me in dignified transfers at Dover Air Force Base, and I understand it is logistically very demanding. But this year has been the first time. In the last year, the 2 senators from Georgia joined for the dignified transfer of 3 Georgians, reservists, who died in an incident at Tower 22 in Jordan. More recently, the 2 senators from Illinois joined when 4 soldiers died in a tragic training accident in Lithuania. Yesterday, the state of Iowa and its delegation really showed up. The governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds, of course, the Adjutant General Stephen Osborne, Major General Stephen Osborne of the Iowa National Guard, 3 members of the House delegation, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, Congressman Jack Nunn, Congressman Randy Feenstra, and our two senators, Senator Chuck Grassley and Senator Joni Ernst, who served as a colonel and deployed with the Iowa National Guard. Senator Ernst accompanied the remains of the two fallen members of the Iowa National Guard all the way from Ramstein, and it was our honor in Delaware to welcome them to our state, and it is my honor to rise briefly in thanks for the service of the men and women of AFMAO, which is the Armed Forces Mortuary Affairs Unit, and Dover Air Force Base. This is a solemn duty and one that the men and women of Dover Air Force Base carry out with exceptional grace, care, and skill. I want to close by thanking all the volunteers from our community in Dover, Delaware, who dedicate their time to making sure that the families of the fallen are welcomed, are supported, are prayed over, and know that our nation is grateful for their service and their sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Virginia.
Mr. President, prior to my remarks, I would ask permission that upon the conclusion of my remarks, Senator Shaheen be allowed to speak for up to 10 minutes before the initiation of the scheduled vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to express deep concern and frustration over President Trump's decision to approve the sale of advanced NVIDIA H200 AI chips to the People's Republic of China. And I appreciate the fact that my colleague, Senator Coons, is on the floor, because I will conclude with a discussion of a bipartisan bill that Senator Ricketts and Senator Coons have introduced into the Senate that I think is a very important piece of legislation. I am worried that the transfer of these chips will compromise U.S. security and enable the People's Republic of China to catch up in one area where the U.S. has a significant and very qualitative advantage over the PRC. For decades, under administrations of both parties, the United States has adhered to a simple principle: we do not sell our most advanced security-critical technology to adversaries. That principle exists for a reason. Advanced semiconductors like NVIDIA's H200 chip are not consumer gadgets. They're matters of national security. They're the foundation of the future of warfare. They are our edge, the United States' edge in the development of the technologies of the future. Right now, that future is up for grabs. We protect our chips because they preserve America's advantage in space, cyberspace, and importantly, nuclear deterrence. During President Trump's first term, the administration clearly understood this, and they expanded export controls on semiconductor technologies to China, placing strict controls on firms like Huawei. At the start of this administration, again, President Trump publicly embraced the long-standing policy. Export controls were treated as national security decisions, as they should be. But that consensus apparently has not lasted. It was challenged very aggressively by corporate interests, most notably NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang, who is a frequent presence at the White House. The status quo was also challenged by President Trump's sort of self-proclaimed AI and crypto czar, billionaire David Sachs, who argued that the United States should give sensitive articles to China in order to make China dependent upon American technology. That argument sounds clever, but it isn't. By that logic, should we sell China F-35 fighter jets, advanced missile systems, top-tier satellite technologies? Of course we shouldn't. We don't preserve our leverage by handing our rivals the very tools that they need to close the gap they have with us. We preserve leverage by maintaining advantages that they can't replicate quickly or cheaply. And, Mr. President, they are attempting to close this gap by cheating. The Justice Department just announced within the last few days, a dismantling of a major China-linked AI smuggling network, Operation Gatekeeper, seizing more than $50 million worth of these NVIDIA chips illegally exported to China. They're trying to steal this technology, reverse engineer, and take the intellectual property to eliminate this edge that we have. The administration initially claimed it would only permit sales of inferior chips, such as the NVIDIA H20, not the H200, hardware explicitly described as degraded and limited. But China declined. They waited, believing that President Trump would fold. And that's what happened. President Trump, within the last week, has announced that he plans to approve sales of the H200, one of the NVIDIA's most powerful AI chips, second only to the very top of its product line. Let's be clear what this chip is. The H200 is used to train and deploy frontier AI systems that U.S. national security agencies have long warned have numerous military and intelligence applications. Previous administrations working with allies imposed export controls precisely because they worked. China fell behind. Even the CEO of China's leading AI firm has admitted publicly that the access to advanced chips is their biggest bottleneck. President Trump is now solving this problem for China. The administration claims that in exchange, the United States will receive a share of the revenue. 25% of the sales is what we're being told. But that admission should alarm us. Decisions that were once made purely on our national security priorities are now apparently up for sale. And the administration justification that this will somehow keep China hooked on U.S. technology doesn't withstand normal scrutiny. We've got decades of evidence that China basically steals foreign technology as fast as it can. They won't be hooked on these chips. They'll take these chips, reverse engineer them, and produce their own and wipe out the edge that we now have with China in this critical defense technology. Now, less than a week after President Trump's announcement, one of the deal's leading proponents, David Sachs, is already starting to backtrack on his theory about we should give these articles to China. And let's look at the facts surrounding the timing of this announcement. NVIDIA's CEO has attended million-dollar-a-plate fundraisers for the president. His company donated to build the president's ballroom. And now, after months of lobbying and contributions, NVIDIA got what it wanted. I'm very, very nervous that the president is bartering away this edge and may barter away other edges to those who are lobbying and contributing to him. And this is a pattern that we've seen, transactional politics jeopardizing our security. China is reaping the rewards of this. They're already leading or rapidly catching up in so many critical industries. Why would we give up an edge in this one? The American people are watching this play out. They're particularly concerned about China, about China's advances, and about China giving up the edge we have over China in this key area. That's why I've signed on with many in this body. I think there are now 10 co-sponsors, equally divided between Democrats and Republicans. The Senator Ricketts and Coons Safe Chips Act, which would insist upon rigorous export controls over these chips, particularly as they might be transferred to China, the People's Republic of North Korea, Iran, and Russia. The number of bipartisan co-sponsors of this legislation and some similar legislation that is offered by other members, Senators Banks, Senator Collins, is growing. And I urge my colleagues to get on board with this legislation and make sure that we don't harm our national security by transferring technologies of such incredible importance to our country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator New Hampshire.
Mr. President, my colleague from Virginia was very persuasive, I think, in pointing out the threat to national security that providing NVIDIA's chips to China presents. Unfortunately, another area that has the potential to significantly undermine our national security is the efforts by this administration to try and negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine. Now, don't get me wrong. I support ending the war in Ukraine. I think it would be in America's interests, in Europe's interests, and in Ukraine's interests to do that. But to do that in a way that undermines Ukraine for the long term, that gives Vladimir Putin access to the Ukrainian army, which is the largest army in Europe now, the most technologically advanced, and to do that in a way that would further undermine the future security of Ukraine is not in America's interest. But to continue his war in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin needs two things. He needs money and he needs weapons. Russia has hundreds of billions of dollars in assets frozen overseas, some of which are subject to U.S. jurisdiction. Now, Moscow's fighting hard to regain access to that money because it would help sustain its war effort. But as we know, money alone is not going to be enough. Sanctions have significantly degraded Russia's defense industry. And to keep building weapons, Russia relies on outside supply chains. Much of that support now comes from Chinese entities who are providing the materials and the technologies that are keeping Russia's war machine running. So if President Trump is really serious about ending this war, those are the pressure points to put against Vladimir Putin. Now, the good news is that the tools we need to apply that pressure already exists. The U.S. can deny Russia access to its frozen sovereign assets, and we can disrupt the supply chains that enable Russia to keep fighting. The Foreign Relations Committee has already reported out two bills that have had strong bipartisan support that would address each of these. One is the Repo Implementation Act, known as Repo 2.0, and I think that's particularly important because hundreds of billions of Russian sovereign assets have been frozen, including about $5 billion here in the United States, since the start of Russia's murderous invasion of Ukraine. Now, to help Ukraine beat back the Russian invasion and to eventually rebuild, seizing and repurposing those Russian frozen funds is the right place to start. Senators Risch and Whitehouse led the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act, known as the Repo Act, which I supported, to allow the frozen assets in America to support Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, to ensure Russia's accountability and ensure a just and lasting peace. The partnership has worked again in this session of Congress to put in place an even stronger Repo 2.0. And that bill, which passed out of committee, promotes regular scheduled transfer of sizable amounts of these underlying assets to Ukraine to build pressure until Russia ceases its war of aggression and agrees to terms compensating Ukraine for war damages. Now, I think it's particularly important for the United States to act because our EU friends have been working on this issue. They've had significant objections. Last year, when the first Repo Act was introduced, they raised a number of concerns. But this year, our European allies are working very hard to get this done in Europe, where most of the Russian assets are actually being held. There's a meeting on this today in Brussels. The question of freezing and then seizing and deploying Russian sovereign assets is a global security question. It should be decided by people operating in a global security environment. Now, as I said, the Foreign Relations Committee adopted Repo 2.0 by a voice vote in October, and I'm confident that we will pass this legislation out of this Congress at some point in the next few months, if not today. But supporting Ukraine against Russia in this unjust war is important to America's national security. And one way to help ensure that Ukraine has the support they need is to pass the Repo 2.0 Act. So, if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 243, Senate Bill 2918. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky is recognized.
reserving the right to object, Lady Astor was the first woman to serve in the British Parliament, the British House of Commons. In 1933, she was asked at a cocktail party, "Do you know where Hitler was born?" And without missing a beat, she responded, "At Versailles." And the point of the response was that harsh reparations from the Treaty of Versailles led to German resentment and the rise of the demagogue Hitler. They had the opposite of the planned effect. The plan was to punish Germany, the plan to make Germany pay for the war that they had begun, but in the end it led to the rise of Hitler. I fear many in the Senate, though they are well-intentioned, will repeat the same mistake of meting out punishment without considering the ramifications. If the authors of this bill are successful, they will confiscate Russian sovereign funds and distribute those funds to Ukraine. One can make a good argument for the fairness of making Russia pay for their war of aggression. But first one must consider that this currently seized money is an integral part of peace negotiations. Once this money is seized, an important facet of the peace compromise will disappear, and Russia may well be induced to just keep fighting this terrible meat grinder of a war. What a tragedy if, in haste, the result of punishing Russia is to prolong the war. Confiscating Russian sovereign assets is essentially an act of economic war. Seizing and transferring these assets to Ukraine may make people in Washington feel virtuous, but it will not bring peace. Confiscating Russia's sovereign assets will reinforce the view of hardliners in Moscow that Russia's war lies not with Ukraine, but really with the United States and the West. There's no justification for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but this bill directly undermines President Trump's diplomatic efforts to end the killing in Ukraine. In fact, the Trump administration recently warned the European Union not to give seized Russian funds to Ukraine. Russia's frozen assets could be used as a bargaining chip and are being used as a bargaining chip in negotiations. But confiscating their sovereign assets and giving them to Ukraine will only convince Moscow that there is no negotiated settlement to be had with Kiev. The result will be the further destruction of Ukraine. More Ukrainian soldiers and civilians will die, and more cities and towns will be turned to rubble. Nicholas Mulder is an associate professor at Cornell. He highlights the danger of the destabilizing precedent that Western countries would set by seizing assets to end a war they are not openly involved in. Professor Mulder writes that such an action would broaden the coercive actions that states could take for disputes to which they are not a direct party. Elizabeth Braw, a columnist at Foreign Policy and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, also highlights the risk of blowback to Western companies. She states that if Western governments themselves begin confiscating assets without due process, they'll expose Western companies to the caprice of undemocratic regimes. In fact, Russia has already threatened to seize $288 billion of Western assets that are in Russia. So we take their money, they take our money. Where does the cycle end? This bill will hand the Russians another tool to fuel resentment against us. American leaders speak of a rules-based international order, but the theory that the United States can confiscate the assets of another country we are not at war with is legally fraught. Professor Mulder argues that economic reprisals are the prerogative of injured states, not of third parties. Rather than compel respect for international law, our actions will demonstrate to our adversaries that we are flouting it. This bill will be used by the Kremlin to show the world that while Washington demands that others follow the rules, we are happy to break them when we see fit. In a multipolar world, Washington can no longer expect to act with impunity, particularly when dealing with a nuclear power. We understood the serious dangers that our country faced during the Cold War, but 3 decades of hubris and repeated foreign policy disasters proves that Washington's foreign policy establishment is badly broken. A good way to start on the road to fixing that broken foreign policy is rejecting this disastrous bill, which will only delay and possibly end the peace negotiations. I object.
President.
Objections heard. Senator.
I appreciate my colleague from Kentucky's longstanding efforts to object to sanctions and to any way to hold accountable states that commit atrocities like Vladimir Putin's. But I think he's just wrong on how we end this war. The way we end this war is by putting pressure on Vladimir Putin so that he's willing to come to the table. He has not been willing to come to the table to have serious negotiations. And the president's rolling out the red carpet for him in Alaska, welcoming him back into the international community, also has not brought him to the table. So the only thing Vladimir Putin understands, and I agree with my colleague about the Russian people. I've been to Russia. The Russian people are wonderful. They are being misled by a tyrant who will do anything to continue to expand Russia's influence, not only in Europe but around the world. My colleague, I'm sure, hasn't read some of the documents that show what Russia's doing right now to meddle in the United States to try and influence public opinion about the war in Ukraine. So I think he's absolutely wrong, and that's why I'm going to continue to ask for unanimous consent to pass the third bill that came out of the Foreign Relations Committee, because I think that Russia, not Ukraine, not U.S. taxpayers, should pay for the destruction it's caused. What the Repo 2.0 bill would do would be to make clear that aggression carries lasting financial consequences. Now, the other bill that I think is critical is the Stop China and Russia Act. This is bipartisan legislation that Senator Cornyn co-sponsored with me. It targets those Chinese entities that are supplying Russia's defense industrial base. It focuses on machine tools, on electronics, on industrial inputs that have military applications. Those inputs that are showing up in Russia in their armored vehicles, in their drones, and in their missiles. Those inputs enable Russia to rebuild forces and prepare for future conflict. In fact, I don't know that my colleague from Kentucky, who's on the Foreign Relations Committee with me, was at the hearing that we had earlier this year, where we heard expert testimony before the committee from both the majority and minority witnesses that made clear that the buildup that is happening in Russia right now goes beyond Ukraine. As one of those experts said, at this point, and I'm quoting now, seeing the trends in Russia's military capabilities, reconstitution, adaptation, the buildup in Russian forces, there is no other reason to do that unless you're expecting a confrontation with a much larger potential adversary than Ukraine. Because just to fight the war in Ukraine, Russia doesn't need to do what it's currently doing. That's a quote from one of those experts. That's exactly why this pressure matters, why it's important for us to make sure that Vladimir Putin is really willing to come and negotiate in good faith, which he has not been willing to do. Denying Russia money and weapons reduces the risk of a wider conflict later. Congress should take swift action to advance the second bill and to target the resources that Putin needs to keep this war going, because they raise the cost of continued aggression in terms that Putin can't ignore. And if my colleague from Kentucky thinks that nobody in America cares about what's happening in Ukraine, he needs to talk to the folks in New Hampshire who are part of Common Man for Ukraine, who provide supplies and go to Ukraine on a regular basis to try and help the people who are affected. So now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate take up and pass Senate Bill 2654, the Stop China and Russia Act of 2025. So as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22,
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 241, Senate Bill 2657. Further, that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky is recognized.
reserving the right to object. Notion to think that we will yell and scream and gnash our teeth and tell China quit selling dual-use material to Russia, and that they will immediately have a sanguine face and say, oh, of course, what were we thinking? We'll quit doing it. That's what the logic of this legislation is. We're going to tell China to quit doing it. Now, there's another way diplomacy could work. We have hundreds and hundreds of sanctions on China. If you want China to do something, you could offer to China to remove some sanctions in exchange for them not selling weapons that have dual use or parts that have dual use to Russia. There are ways that you can gain things through diplomacy, but they are transactional and they include carrots and sticks. But just making sort of over-the-top statements about how evil China is and communist this, communist that, will not get you anything. If you want something from China, you have to offer them something in exchange. If you want them to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia that they are using in the war, offer them some relief from the hundreds and hundreds of sanctions we have put on. Instead, what this body and the same people who are for this bill have advocated is, oh, we're going to go one step further. Anybody who sells oil to Russia, we're going to put a 500% tariff on them. How do you think China will respond to a 500% tariff? You think China's going to say, oh, we're so sorry, our bad, we should not trade with China, and we will do whatever the U.S. tells us? No, they will react like anybody else that's a sovereign nation, and they will push back, and they will say, hell no, we're not going to stop buying oil and gas from Russia. Then there'll be a 500% tariff on China, which means what? An embargo. We've got an embargo the president has already declared on Venezuela. Do we want an embargo of goods with China? Do we think we're going to defeat China by not trading with them? In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think you defeat and influence China by trading with them. The moment we have no trade with China is the moment, in all likelihood, they'll say, we've got nothing to lose in going into Taiwan. The moment they go into Taiwan will be when we have absolutely no trade with China. So it's the opposite. These people want to isolate us from trade. They want a trade isolationism throughout the world. It's a mistake and won't work. It's not that some of the goals or things that they advocate for aren't desirable. I agree. We should try to get Russia to quit, China to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia. But guess what? When Secretary Yellen and Secretary Blinken went over there, what did they do? They went over there and publicly chastised China in their country. You think that worked? No, that made China mad. They did the opposite. This is the opposite of diplomacy. If you want diplomacy, you don't call people names. You don't treat them like a stepchild. You don't treat them like a rebellious teenager and say, I'm wagging my finger and you better quit selling dual-use parts to Russia. No, you have to offer them something they want, and in exchange they do something we want. That's the way diplomacy works. But in Washington, diplomacy works by, we will have a resolution and we will say, this resolution will say how evil China is. Doesn't have any effect. The sanctions haven't worked. Taking Russia's money is not going to work, and chastising China is not going to work. If you want to have better relations, you have to have relations where it's a give and get relationship. That's what diplomacy is all about. I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator from New Hampshire is recognized.
I think
again.
my colleague is confused. This bill would not tell China what to do. It would require sanctions that would prohibit the actions that I outlined about support to Russia. And there aren't any tariffs in this bill. Again, my colleague is confused. And I don't think giving NVIDIA's chips to China is the way to get China to cooperate with the United States. I think developing a relationship that China understands where we are on issues and we understand where they are is important. And that's what this bill is about. It's about helping China to understand that we stand in support of Ukraine and we don't support China providing weapons and keeping Russia's war machine going. So, Mr. President, I'm afraid my colleague from Kentucky is interested in appeasement rather than interested in trying to solve the issues. And we will come back to the floor and continue to try and raise these issues because it's important for Ukraine to understand that there are members in this Congress who believe we need to support them in this unjust war that Russia started, and Russia is continuing to cause thousands of casualties and millions of dollars in destruction in the country. I yield the floor. Okay, I withhold the request for a quorum.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session and resume consideration of S.J. Res. 82, which the clerk will report.
Counter number 203, S.J. Res. 82, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, and so forth.
The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
Counter number 203, S.J. Res. 82, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Thank you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slatkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, King, Merkley, Ossoff, Shaheen, Tillis, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Cornyn, Lee, Marshall, and Risch. Mr. Marino? No. Mr. Kane? Aye. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Yeah. All right. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Reed, Aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Murray? Aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Murky, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Schmidt, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50, and the joint resolution fails to pass. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume executive session. Thanks. Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. President, we're getting ready to turn the page into 2026, which is hard to process in some ways because so much has happened in 2025. I have a habit when I approach the end of the year to look back and also take a quick look forward of where things might be going. But just thinking about this year, we've had more votes in this body this year than any Senate since 1976. We've been in session more days than any Senate in the past 50 years, and we've actually confirmed more nominations in the first year of a new presidency than any Senate in decades and decades. There's been a lot of work that's happened in this chamber this year. And just reflecting back on that, I see what still needs to be done, but I think there is some benefit just for us to be able to pause for a moment and think about what has already occurred in this incredibly busy year. We talk a lot about the Working Families Tax Cut Act that we passed this past summer. The regulations are being written out by the IRS and multiple others to be implemented for this coming tax season. But there's so many things that actually went into that, and the debate around it was so noisy. I think people lose track of the things that were actually in it. I talked to some teachers in Oklahoma who have no idea that next year when they buy school supplies, that next year they'll be able to write off a deduction for the school supplies that they purchased because of the Working Families Tax Cut Act. We're literally treating every classroom as if it's their own small business, and they have their own small business expense, and they can deduct it from their taxes, their expense for their classroom. That's never happened before, and we think that'll be a tremendous gain for classrooms all over the country and to be able to be a direct help to teachers. That's just one of the many things that were in the bill, things like no tax on tips to be able to help service-related employees all over the country. No tax on overtime, which is especially beneficial to our first responders and our law enforcement that work so much overtime, including Capitol Hill Police that are right here. There's a lot of overtime hours, and that's going to be a direct help to them. I was talking to a person at a checkout line not long ago that was a senior adult, that was a working senior adult, that as I'm checking out, she said, hey, that bill that y'all passed, that's going to keep me from paying taxes on my income after Social Security, after I'm receiving that, that's going to be a huge help to me. And she just couldn't thank us enough because as a working senior, she just needed a little bit of help. There's so many different things that we were able to get done in that working families tax cut bill. We're able to provide a new child tax credit. We're able to provide a tax incentive to businesses that actually provide quality child care for their employees, so that so many employees that want to have their kids near them at work could actually have that opportunity. I'm grateful that we're able to do some things that are substantial for a lot of those families. Within the past hour, it's kind of funny even walking the floor on this, I had someone that just made a random comment. They had no idea of my connection to it, but they just made a random comment about a part of the bill that I actually helped author in that working families tax cut bill, and that's the area where we deal with full expensing. Now, if you're not a business owner, you have no idea what that is. But if you own a farm or a ranch or a business, you know exactly what it is. If you've got big capital expenses, think for a farm or a ranch, a tractor or a truck. Think for a manufacturing, a big piece of equipment. When you're able to purchase that, that's a business expense. But in the past, in the tax code, you'd have to write that business expense off over several years. You do eventually get to write it off, but all the expense is actually in the first year when you had to buy it. You were prohibited from writing it all off in your first year. I was able to get that changed in this bill in a section that I authored so that those businesses and farmers and ranchers that in the year they purchase that big of equipment, they can also write it off on their taxes that 1 year rather than having to stretch it out in several years. It's exactly the same to the federal government as far as income, what's coming in tax revenue to the federal government. It's no difference. But to that business and that farm and ranch, it's a huge difference for them. Many of those small businesses that have a big capital expense, literally, if they have a big capital expense that year, they also have to go to the bank and borrow money to help pay their taxes that year because it takes several years to be able to depreciate that out. That's gone as of this year. That's no longer going to be an issue. Literally, every economist has said that is one of the most significant parts of the bill as far as for economic activity across the country because it incentivizes more people to buy another piece of equipment to be able to use. It makes their business more efficient, and guess what? The person who sold them the piece of equipment also gets more business. It literally churns our economy and gets us up into a higher speed economically, providing more jobs and more opportunity for more people. I also worked a lot on a section on the bill that a lot of people don't talk about, but it's very important to me, and I found it's been very important to a lot of other folks as well in the nonprofit sector. In 2017, we made a change in the tax law. That change doubled the standard deduction, simplifying tax filing for about 91% of Americans. It's much more straightforward than it used to be. But the trade-off for that was if you donated to a nonprofit, if you don't itemize your taxes, that nonprofit donation is no longer tax deductible for you, meaning the top 9% of people in the country in income that itemize their taxes, they get to write off their nonprofit donations. No one else does. Well, that may not seem like a big deal, but in the past decades, nonprofits have lost $20 billion going into nonprofits. It's a very significant issue. America has 3 safety nets. The third of those safety nets is government. The first safety net is the family. The second safety net are churches and nonprofits. The third safety net is government. Government can never keep up with all the issues and the social needs. We've got to have strong families. We've got to have strong churches and nonprofits. They're the ones that are actually taking care of the homeless and the hurting and the hungry. They're the ones that do it every single day. They're the volunteers that are out there that are supported in what they're doing by usually small dollar donations. So as of January the 1st of next year, we made a permanent change in tax policy to say if your family donates to a nonprofit of your choice, pick whichever one you want to. If your family donates to a nonprofit, as of next year, you'll be able to write off up to $2,000 of that donation off on your taxes, whether you itemize or not. The goal is stronger nonprofits, which means more people getting assistance in their community face-to-face. Government writes checks. Nonprofits meet people face-to-face, mentor, help in a way that government never can. So this body made a decision together in that Working Families Tax Cut Act to say we're going to do something to be able to strengthen our nonprofits all around the country. And I'm very proud to be able to be a part of that. We started this year, we forget about this, but we started this year by passing a very simple piece of legislation. It says if someone is illegally present in the country and they've committed a crime, if they're arrested, they have to be removed from the country. As strange as it is, that didn't used to be the law. And we literally had people arrested that were illegally present in the country and then just released right back out again. Many of those individuals committed crimes over and over and over, and were just released again, released again, released again. This body voted this past January and said that's not going to ever happen again. We're never going to have individuals that are victims of crime. That's just this repetitive nature of it over and over again. We've done a lot to be able to just talk about the value of every single child. This body and my colleagues that are here will know that I speak out often on this issue. I'm one of those crazy people that think children are valuable. All of them. I don't think some children are valuable and some children are disposable. I think all of them are valuable. So we've done a lot to be able to just talk about this issue and to be able to bring it up. Several bills that we've actually worked through, the MOMS Act, which bolsters access to resources and assistance to help moms and children thrive. We've actually tried to be able to work through multiple different things dealing with conscience protections. A bill that I have that actually works to be able to protect the conscience rights of those that are in the medical profession and going through training. As odd as it sounds right now, in medical training, you're now brought to a point that it's assumed you're going to be part of an abortion as a part of your medical training unless you opt out of it. And then even at that point, they could still bring you and say, you've got to be able to choose right now. I can tell you stories of medical students that have actually reached out to our office and said they literally were brought into an abortion as a part of their medical training and were told if they left out, they would have a mark on their educational record saying that they abandoned a patient. Even when they had said they do not plan to ever do elective abortions in their practice, ever, and want to be able to opt out of it. Listen, there's a simple way to be able to do this. Change the perspective on it to say that it's automatically everyone is opted out. If you want to do elective abortions, you'd have to choose to opt into that in your residency. But the abortion folks want to make sure as many people as possible are trained to be able to do elective abortions because they want to keep that going, violating the conscience rights of many people that go into medicine to save life, not take it. So we're working through the process to be able to help protect that. Cindy Hyde-Smith and I, the great senator from Mississippi, she and I are working on a bill called the Restore Act to be able to deal with infertility issues, to be able to find multiple different ways to be able to walk alongside families. We have a bill that deals with pastors and nonprofits who have been targeted by the IRS for simply speaking their mind. It should not be so in America. Senator Jackie Rosen and I, my Democratic colleague from Nevada, she and I lead the Anti-Semitism Task Force here in the Senate. Anti-Semitism should not be a partisan issue. That should be a nonpartisan issue. And it should not be a part of who we are as America. But the problem is we have rising anti-Semitic conversation happening all around our nation right now, from the left and from the right. And it's disheartening. In a nation that values every single person, and for many people that actually speak out openly about diversity in our nation and protecting the rights of opportunity for every person, no matter where they're from, to have equal opportunity and equal ability to be able to rise, seem to have no problem at times ranting anti-Semitic tropes, sometimes flippantly and sometimes in a hostile way. We've had folks just during this year in public settings talking about how much they love Hitler or making jokes about the gas chambers. Folks talking about organized Jewry, or folks talking about that if you support Israel, maybe you have some kind of brain virus. With folks chanting from the river to the sea and liberation by any means. with college campuses even this year, where a Jewish student was confronted with someone saying, if I see another pig female Jew, I will drag you away, rape you, and throw you off a cliff. This is the United States of America. We stand for the rights of every individual to have any faith of their choosing and to live that faith openly without fear. So why is it that when I go to Hanukkah festivals, there have to be so many police there? You know why? Because some people hear these dumb statements and they do dumb things, acts of violence that come out of that. Just this year, we had 2 Israeli embassy staff members that were murdered walking out of an event here in Washington, D.C. Just this year, we've had in Boulder, Colorado, a gathering of folks that were there just to be able to stand in support of Israel, that someone came by with incendiary devices and literally set a group of Jewish people that were peacefully speaking out for Israel, they set them on fire on the street. Just this year, a Chabad Jewish center was set on fire overnight in Florida. That's in our country. And I could go on and on. Not to mention the incredibly painful first day of Hanukkah attack in Sydney, Australia. Anti-Semitism has no place in our nation. Now, I understand you have a First Amendment right to be able to say any dumb thing you want to say. But I also have the right to be able to call it out for what it is. It's anti-Semitic hatred. Don't try to shape it in some way to be able to say, this is my right to be able to speak out. It is. But it's also my right to be able to call it out. And to say in my party as a Republican, we have no place for anti-Semitic hatred. And in our nation, we should make no space for someone to be able to intimidate someone because of their faith or their background, no matter who they are. This year, we were able to pass a bill assisting rural hospitals. $50 billion. $50 billion. I don't know what the rural hospitals are like in everybody else's state, but I can tell you what they're like in Oklahoma. They take care of some great people, and they're dedicated folks in the medical profession, but they struggle because they don't have a high patient count. They're not trying to do intricate surgeries. They're trying to help somebody that just got hit on the road in an accident, or someone who had a heart attack, or someone who had a stroke. They're trying to stabilize them and help them. Yeah, they're going to transfer them to a big hospital somewhere else, but they're desperately needed all across rural Oklahoma. But they really struggle to be able to keep up because of the incredible price of medical technology now. So we just passed a bill dealing with $50 billion to be able to help rural hospitals all over the country get caught up, and then to be able to maintain what they're doing. We were able to help rural nursing homes as well. Rural nursing homes that were actually facing a Biden-era rule that the Biden-era folks, they told me they meant well by it, but basically they were requiring a bunch of additional 24-hour nursing assistants and nurses to be able to be on site at any point in those nursing homes. Now, that sounds like a great idea, but understand there's physically not that many nurses that live in rural areas across the country. What that really was going to mean, though they seemed to have meant well, what that really meant was they were going to close down a bunch of rural nursing homes all over my state, distancing people at one of the most vulnerable moments of life away from their families. That's a terrible idea. This body was able to flip that and to say, we're not going to allow that to be able to happen. We're going to change that to where that's different. This body just passed the National Defense Authorization. Thankfully, we've now gone 6 decades, and every single year we've passed it. And in my state, we're able to do several things to be able to make sure we're protecting national security in the work that we continue to do in Oklahoma. Tinker Air Force Base is the largest Air Force depot that we have in the country. It's critical for the maintenance of all those aircraft and the strength of our warfighters. Tinker Air Force Base has struggled in civilian hiring, though we have thousands of people there, not because we don't have great Oklahomans that want to serve our nation as a civilian at Tinker Air Force Base, because of foolish hiring rules that were set aside and created that slowed down the process of hiring. Well, in the National Defense Authorization, I was able to put in an amendment to be able to get that changed. And so that we're able to actually do the civilian hiring that our nation requires, so that we can actually continue to be able to defend ourselves and our nation anywhere in the world. We want to make it very clear we have the most lethal, most moral fighting force in the history of the world, and we want to make sure we're strong and ready enough that no one ever would challenge us, ever. That's what brings us greater national security. This year, in a moment probably no one here saw, and that's okay. We all have different issues in our states. In a solemn moment in April of this year, we gathered on the Capitol grounds, right over there, around the enormous 100-year-old trees that are planted all over Capitol grounds. And we were able to plant a tiny little live oak that most folks probably won't even notice, but you will. Next to that little live oak, it's just about that tall now, is a little plaque saying it's a seedling from the Oklahoma City survivor tree. 30 years ago, this past April, a person with deep hatred for the federal government drove up to the federal building in Oklahoma City with a truck loaded with fertilizer and diesel fuel, ignited it, and killed 168 people that day. It's 30 years ago this year. Across the street from the federal building, there was a tree that was just a gangly little tree that was in a parking lot, quite frankly, growing up through the asphalt. The detonation itself literally twisted the tree across the street and blew every single leaf off of it. Literally blew every single one of them off of it. No one paid any attention to that. Obviously, through the recovery and all that happened in trying to recover families and taking care of people and trying to stabilize the community, no one really noticed until the next year, literally a year later, that twisted bent tree budded. It survived that blast. And it has become the signature of Oklahoma City, the survivor tree. It's still doing well, by the way. Seed pod was taken from that tree, was grown in some soil, and then was transplanted here to the Capitol grounds so that every person that walks past it for centuries from now will walk past and see that little plaque and remember those who were lost, those who survived, and those who were changed forever in April of 1995. We got to do that this year because we never want to forget. We've gotten a lot done this year. There's still a lot more to do next year. We've got to finish appropriations. We've got a lot of work to do on housing costs. We've got a lot of other bills that are still pending. But we've been able to accomplish much. I understand full well we're divided. I understand full well that we don't agree on everything. I get that. But where we can find agreement, let's get moving. Let's solve the issues. One last thing. Many folks in this body know my friend Jim Inhofe. Jim Inhofe served in this body literally for decades. He used to sit right there. Jim Inhofe and I, several years ago, worked on a new formula for veterans hospitals. To partner a veterans hospital with another hospital so they would share resources. So the veterans hospital would never have to keep up with other hospitals. They could share resources and physicians in a brand new way. It had never been done quite like this before. We were able to partner together to be able to do that in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're Oklahoma State's hospital And a new veterans hospital would rise up right in conjunction with it so that the best researchers, the best equipment, the best physicians could share that space back and forth so that our veterans would never hear someone say, well, we're going to have to send you to a different VA hospital, a different place to be able to get that type of care. They could get it right there at home. It's a new model that I'm pleased the Veterans Committee and other leadership, including my colleague Jerry Moran that's sitting on the floor here today, was a part of. But for Jim and I to be able to work through that process was an honor for us to be able to get that in Tulsa. Never did I ever think that a couple of years later, this year, I'd be dedicating that hospital as the James Mountain Inhofe Tulsa Veterans Medical Center after my friend Jim Inhofe passed away. That hospital that he and I worked together on now bears his name. And veterans in the days ahead will continue to get quality care in Northeast Oklahoma from the legacy of Jim Inhofe, but also from the commitment of this body to say we're going to do what it takes to take care of our veterans as we continue to do. So I'm grateful to this body for the work that we get done because it matters to people. But we have a lot more to do. So let's get after it. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The distinguished senator from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. First, before I make the remarks I'd like to make, let me commend my colleague from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford, for his comments. I've said this to my colleagues, Republican and Democrat, and I would join in this call for let's getting things done. A message that I've tried to make clear is that many of us, most of us, perhaps all of us, are away from home, away from family. We come to Washington, D.C., and in much of my life I felt guilty about being gone from things at home. That sense of regret about being absent to family, to kids, to wife is somewhat compensated for in the service that comes from this serving in the United States Senate from public service. But unless we actually accomplish things, it's hard to justify the sadness that comes, the challenges that come, the absence of fulfilling responsibilities that occur in our lives if we're here without accomplishments. And Senator Langford made so clear it doesn't always have to be the biggest things or the things that are thought of to be the biggest. They can be things that are in many ways in people's minds the modest or small things. But I can't imagine that anybody in the United States Senate or in Congress or in public service or in jobs that are demanding would do so if they didn't think that there was a goal accomplished at the end of their time. And we all ought to take to heart what the senator from Oklahoma said about getting things done. It can help us justify being away from those we love so frequently and doing something that actually matters to America and the world. We don't, certainly we shouldn't come here for purposes of the name on the door or a nice desk in a big office or for the camaraderie or the ability to call yourself a United States Senator. Those things are absolutely meaningless. But if we can find the common denominator between Republicans and Democrats, between individuals from different states and different parts of the country, we can find the common denominator by people who have different ideas and political philosophy. The United States Senate should be a place that's designed to pull people together, to bring us together so that those accomplishments occur. And I commend my colleague from Oklahoma as a senator who has accomplishments and works hard to make sure that we all are working together so we all can have accomplishments. I express my gratitude and respect for the senator. I want to take the moment I have to honor the life and mourn the passing of a Kansan, Charlie Shoemaker, someone I knew really well or and somebody who was from time to time an advisor to me, particularly on issues related to veterans. Charlie Shoemaker was born and raised in Leavenworth, Kansas. Charlie took Kansas values and hard work and dedicated his service. He took service to heart, and he worked hard on behalf of other people, especially veterans, throughout his life. He served in the United States Army, sacrificing for his country and defending freedom in Vietnam. And following his departure from the Army, Charlie met his wife, Roberta, in Leavenworth, where they raised their children and would enjoy 44 years of marriage together. Charlie's dedication to his fellow service members continued well after his time and well after the time that active duty came to an end. Charlie found the VFW, or the VFW found Charlie, I'm not sure which, but they became intricately engaged and involved with each other. And he was so involved in his local post, VFW post in Leavenworth. He served as the VFW in many positions throughout his time as a member. Charlie began his leadership role as the commander of the VFW Post 56, but would go on to serve as district commander, Kansas Department commander, Western Conference commander, and VFW councilman for Kansas and Colorado. He later served as the VFW National Inspector General under the national commander, B.J. Lawrence. It was through his service that I came to know Charlie. His knowledge, expertise, and passion for improving the lives of other veterans that he knew and veterans that he never met, was incredibly valuable to them and valuable to me. He regularly provided me with advice and was part of a group of veterans who met with me to discuss veterans affairs. Charlie's compassion and his insight into tackling the challenges that veterans face was valuable to me, but much more important, more so valuable to thousands of veterans across Kansas and across our country that he served. Charlie's passion for giving back to his fellow service members and his community led him to give much of his time and energy to volunteering each year, for example, for the Leavenworth Veterans Day Parade. He established the Leavenworth County Law Enforcement Awards Dinner to honor those who dedicated their lives in service to their community and their country. Charlie was a light to all who knew him, and he is deeply missed. My prayers are with his sons, Michael, Patrick, Christopher, and Charles, his grandchildren, his brothers and sisters, and many nieces and nephews. His legacy will live on in the hearts of all who knew him. And Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to express my gratitude and respect. I thank you for the opportunity to express my gratitude and respect for Charlie, a life well lived. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Majority Leader.
Madam President, Senate in a quorum call.
It is not.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 321.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 321, commemorating 30 years of diplomatic relations between the United States and Vietnam on July 11, 2025.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Merkley-Dane substitute amendment at the desk to the resolution be agreed to. The resolution is amended be agreed to. The Merkley-Dane substitute amendment at the desk to the preamble be agreed to. The preamble is amended be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 571, which is at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 571, remembering the December 6, 2019 terrorist attack at Naval Air Station, Pensacola, and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 572, which is at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 572, a resolution honoring the service and sacrifice of United States Army Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard and United States Army Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar, and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 4323, which was received from the House.
Clerk will report.
H.R. 4323, an act to provide for the vacating of certain convictions and expungement of certain arrests of victims of human trafficking.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 276, S-1383.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 276 as 1383, a bill to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes.
Madam President, I ask unanimous.
Majority Leader. Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-1204 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
S-1204, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 4446 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 4446, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed on the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1823 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 1823, an act to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and the Comptroller General of the United States to report on certain funding shortfalls in the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 279, S787.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 279 is 787, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Moran Amendment to the substitute at the desk be considered agreed to. The committee reported substitute amendment is amended be agreed to. The bill is amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 272, S607.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 272, S607, a bill to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish an integrated project team and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to. The bill is amended be considered read a third time and passed. The committee reported title amendment be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived with respect, and I should say in relation to the Simmons nomination.
Without objection.
Madam President, I know of no further debate on the nominations in block.
There is no further debate. The question on the nominations en blanc.
Madam President, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Fisher, Graham, Kennedy, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Rounds, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Hassan, Heinrich, Ossoff, and Schatz. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Murky, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no.